Good day, y'all. I'm cleaning my fingernails before I go on camera. Wow, this mic is low.
What? Timberwolf? Nah, man. That's clan tag. That's just cheating. I don't want to lose my friends, man.
Man. Iron Elemental has given us some fucking gold, that is for sure. I'm almost ready, y'all. Almost ready. I'm running a blunted scraper under my fingies. Alright. That looks presentable enough. I'm gonna head to the workstation. Are you there? Coffee cup, getting set down. Mic test. Test mic. The latency is ridiculous. YouTube's like ability to stream is woo. It ain't working. Okay, I hear me. Test latency 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, that's acceptable, I suppose. Let's do this real quick before we get started.
Esteban Brenis subscribed to the channel.
Thank you for the subscription, Esteban Brenis. Now let's click this button. Ah, yes, loud motorcycle. Howdy, y'all. I hear music, I hear voice. I'm gonna take these headsets off.
Power off.
Give you one of them. Well, howdy, and welcome back to Country Fried Minis. I'm your host, Cameron, country boy in a big city, presenting once more from the Bullshit Corner 2.0, and today we're going to paint on our little minis. Today's going to be a long one. I am hunkering down for like 5-hour work day, I think. We're going to try to grind through. My nails look okay. They need a good scrubbing. Get a little grime in the corners. The cat type things, yes. That looks like cat typings to me. If ever I had seen one. I'm not an expert on such things, but it does appear to be cat typings. Alright, we're going to start today by cleaning the workstation. It's a little cruddy, a little resin infused. I've been grinding away. I got a big eBay order right now. It's going to take like no shit printing non-stop for several days. But that's chugging along. And if you out there want your own Locust Labs prints and don't have access to a 3D printer, make sure to check out the eBay store. We're also going to populate it soon with some Gaz Minis offerings, so we can get some pinups in the store as well. Large scale ones at that. I'm not going to mess around with the smaller ones, I don't think. We're just going to go 75 mil, 120 mil, etc. Yeah, so keep an eye out. Check out the link in the comment down below, or in the description down below, the eBay store. You can also find it via the website countryfriedminis.com and click the Buy Minis link. Alright, so we're going to get dug back in on our Yen Lo Wang today. Let me bring this camera out a little bit too. How about right there? We've let our wet palette dry out. We still have some residual moisture in here, which is surprising. I think that just speaks to how tenacious the hydrofoam is. Which I'm still thinking isn't necessarily a good thing. They almost could benefit from like a 2-layer thing. Only working on them big bitties, yes. Well, not always big. Some of the models have some more reasonable packages. A few come to mind, namely Luna, the Space Lady. I would describe her chesticles as petite. She's more legs and hips. Okay. Anyhow, we got our wet palette rehydrated. That feels okay. I think we could use just a little bit more moisture in there. Let's get it nice and wet underneath our parchment. And we'll dig back in. If y'all recall, the last step we had gotten on off to was washing the grays on our Yen Lo Wang. And honestly, I'm not so pleased with the results as it stands now. So I think we're going to do another pass. I'm going to do a second pass of NULN oil and darken those down a little bit more. Plus, I was kind of thinking I'm going to end up doing some metallics, some non-metallic metal on the claw and the weapon, because I think it would look really good. Maybe even on this thing too. So let's think about that. I definitely want to darken down these joints a little bit further. So that's what we'll do. And if I recall correctly, y'all voted for OSL on these heat vents, and I think we're gonna go for that. Gaz Minis pinups are pretty cute. I've been having fun painting up Luna. Yes, I'm looking forward to painting that model. Do I have her handy? She's right here. See if I can reach it with the cable on my head. Pretty big model. So if you're interested in picking up one of those, keep an eye out on the mini store. We're definitely going to put Luna on there. She's definitely a favorite. I've got some print concerns. My thumb and finger on the front here did not print off correctly. There's like a little bit of a flat edge there, and the thumb, we lost about, I want to say like 20-30 microns off the end of it. Not much at all, but it's a support issue, and I think our friend at Gaz Minis may be not using a professional company or as quality a company for the pre-sports as Locust Labs is doing. But it's still going to be a fun paint up. I'm going to paint this up at some point. I'm going to work out the kinks. I do have the commercial license, so we will see some minis over there. If you haven't seen the new minis for January, make sure to check them out at Gaz Minis, G-A-Z, over on My Mini Factory. I think they're worth picking up. Hungry Kitty. Morning, people. Hello. Hello, Mr. Tobias. I only woke up before noon because there's a hungry kitty on my moves. Kitty demanded food. She demanded tribute. Hungry Kitty. Is that like the Hungry Man microwave dinners, but it's for cat. It's like a big frozen dinner tray for kitty cats. You like microwave it and it's just cat food. Okay. Anyhow, let's get going. I think what we're gonna go for first is to yes, kibbles for chat. Okay, so we're gonna do NMM on the gun, the claws, and the laser in the chest. But I want to darken down these bits here. So we're gonna get our NULN oil and continue working on this. So let's get out just a little dollop of this stuff. Just a bit. That's way too much. I wish I could pour out this stuff drop-wise, which, you know, would be trivial if it was a dropper bottle. And it looks like our brush is stiff as hell. So we're gonna start by cleaning that brush up. Just kind of shuffle this around. And I don't want to press preemptively, but I'm kind of working the brush, putting a little pressure on it till it starts to give, giving a little twirl. We're gonna eventually unlock those bristles and start to remove all that gunk that we just left in there. I think I just didn't clean this brush at all, but that's kind of normal around here, isn't it? Anyhow, hope you're all doing well today. Hope today is a fantastic day. Hope you're having a happy afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. I myself am a little tired. I didn't sleep well, but I'm feeling pretty chipper this morning. Turn up for a game tomorrow, which has moved Sunday Gunpla to the end of the month, unfortunately, due to other conflicts. So my apologies to any of y'all who were gearing up for Sunday Gunpla tomorrow. We will get an episode in of that at the end of the month to continue working on our Zabungle kit. But no, tomorrow I'm heading out to my my homie's house, and we're going to play some Battletech, and I think I'm going to cook some rigatoni. I didn't sleep well either, and I got woken up early. Yeah, that's a doozy of a combination there, Slink. We got a curled brush bristle here. I think I'm going to go ahead and just nip this in the bud right now with my nippers. Let's get in there and remove that before it creates a problem. I'm going to slip it down close to the ferrule. I'm just going to give it a little snip. Okay. So we're going to take our NULN oil and we're going to do a second pass. We're not going to worry about filming this because we already filmed it the first go around, and we're not adding any new information here, so I think it would be wasted on the video. I don't think this is going to be a 10-minute mini episode. I think we're going to do more like a full-length thing so we can talk at length and passionately about trying to follow box art, even when you're like, you don't really have the skill to do it, like in my case. Yeah, it's all about giving it an honest go, doing what you can, following what you can within the letter of your ability. And I think that's what this Yen Lo Wang has been about. Looking at the up-close shots, like I definitely see the shortcomings, but it also, like, at arm's length distance, looks pretty damn cool, honestly. It definitely looks like Yen Lo Wang. I regret I haven't started on Legend Killer yet, but we'll make that up. We'll make that up in due time. Alright, so just giving these joints a little love. I need them darker. My choice of gray was not the right one. I should have gone with the German gray, I think, instead of the, what was this? Neutral gray. We're just gonna, you know, touch it here, touch it there, darken it down, create some definition. Easy enough. Is really cool mini. No worry. Yeah. I'm happy with the results for what it's worth. I shouldn't come across as disparaging to my own work. I think that the subject matter will be a really fun one. And an opportunity to kind of talk about giving your go at not necessarily box art, but like canon paint schemes and why they can be really fun and really valuable, especially in a game like Battletech where you have so many factions to choose from. I used to be in the camp of like fully custom Space Marines, for instance, back in the day. Instead of painting an established chapter, I made up my own color scheme and went with that, and really enjoyed that customization aspect. I was also, a stickler for, making up D&D modules back then. Now I've kind of come around to appreciate box art and canon paint schemes and prepackaged modules, all that kind of stuff. It has its value. And in a funny way, I think that having in-universe factions to choose from brings us closer to the hobby experience. It takes away some of the thinking for us in choosing our paint schemes and calls on the individual painter to challenge themselves to make their version stand out. Like, okay, people play Night Lords, for instance. How do you make your blue boys with lightning bolts stand out from the next set of blue boys with lightning bolts? Well, maybe you chose, like, I don't know, this guy has gold trim, or like, all our weapons have purple handles, etc. It's totally the box that could have tested their pre-painted idea. Their one color mini in the Star League box is dumb. Yeah. I'm still not like 100% okay with the way they rolled it out. I think that Catalyst really missed an opportunity to. They should have sold pre-painted minis as a different option than the other boxes. I think they really missed the mark there. Okay, so from here we've got our gray, our white, we've got our red. What do we need to go forward here? I think for one we do need a second coat. We need a second coat of Null Oil on the waist because I forgot it the first time around. And we want to darken it down like the rest. Get that rotational ring highlighted or shaded. I think we're gonna do the NMM now. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna move on to. So we should probably bring the camera in a little bit. Let's just hit it to 65-degree viewing angle. I think that works. We're gonna get stuck in. I can see a pre-painted box for legendary mech wares like this box or force packs with legends. Yeah, something like that. I'm reminded of the boxes for Dust 1947, and that had options for both. You could buy them as pre-painted plastics, or you could buy them as unpainted plastics, or you could buy them as resin. And usually the stores would have, I want to say it was the pre-painted models. Maybe not. It might have been the like raw plastic ones, and then the rest you could order from the producer. I just realized I left my phone sitting over there, so I'm gonna go grab that. So I'm gonna give y'all one of these for free, and I'm gonna be right back as I walk across the room. So give you just a second.
Yeah.
Would you do a workout?
I do.
Give me 10.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
What? Timber Wolf? No, man. That's clan tag. That's just cheating. I don't want to lose my friends, man.
I am back. I have my phone. I can start recording. Let's dig in with a new push-up counter for today. All right. Let's get that a-going. All right. So, I think to work on this now, we need to really think about our color options. And I think what we're gonna do is reference the material one more time. Let me pop open my gallery and pull up the downloads. We're going for this effect here. And it looks like the way our artist has achieved it okay, I see what he's done. He's taken the NMM all the way back to here. He's also painted the the laser emitter in white. I don't know. I don't think I like that. But I'm also thinking it might be busy. It might be a little bit busy if we paint that in NMM as well. The scratches is really intense. And it looks like they've also taken the time to really highlight down the red. There's no way I'm getting up to this level of paint job, but I want to get it kind of close if I can help it. All right, so we'll look here as well. See, this is where I was kind of going from. This has got the gray in the center, and had a little bit of the gray going on here, but it also has this red stuff. We're not going to do that. I do want the NMM. Okay. I don't like the scratches. Yeah, I think I'm gonna mildly sponge chip this as well. Honestly, which I think if I sponge chip over top of the if I sponge chip over the NMM, it's gonna look bad. So what we need to do now then, we need to go in and we need to highlight these joints. We can do the glow effect over top of the sponge chipping, and then we'll sponge chip and go back in and do the NMM. That's what we'll do. Okay. Almost makes it look Borderlands like. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Alright, so we need to work up through. We've got our neutral gray, and I want to get out my medium C gray if I can find it. I think it might actually be not really bright enough. So I think we'll go from the neutral gray into white is what we'll do. Yes. I am sold on it. We just want to put a quick cheeky little highlight on our joints, and then we can do the sponge chipping over top of that. You love sponge chipping as much as GW likes money. Sponge chipping is a really cheeky and quick way to increase the perceived quality of your paint job. It brings the model into scale and hides crimes really well. Plus, it makes sense to have a little bit. I think because this model is white, we're going to go a little lighter than normal. Instead of just going ham on it, we're just going to do some light taps, and that'll help unify the fact that we use brush applied. We have brush applied highlights next to dry brushing. Okay. All right, let's get this going. We'll get the camera set up. Is OniLab plugged in? It is. So we're going to start with OniLab. And we're going to show the camera our two colors. We're going for neutral gray and white. We're going to get them good and shook up. Thank you, OniLab. Alright, so we're going to do a little dollop of white. Or a huge dollop of white, I guess. I'm going to do the same with the gray. Except less, because we don't need all that much. Alright, and then we're going to put a drop of water into each. 2 into the white, 1 into the gray, based on the size of the puddle. And we'll take, do I have a clean brush to stir with? This one looks clean enough. Alright, so gray gets a little swizzle. And we'll clean the tip of that brush. 2 in the pink. Painting some blackout models today. Is that fun looking 2-player starter set that's only like $120? Someone told me about those recently, and I had to leave that page before I spent money that I didn't have on them because they look awesome. They look hella fun to paint. If we have another successful month, I may pick some up as a business investment, but we'll have to see. Okay, I think we're gonna preserve our 3.0 for cockpit highlighting, maybe. No, we'll use it here. Yeah, it's like Chappie versus Titanfall kind of thing. Yes, that's exactly the ones I thought it was. Okay, so we're going to show our 3.0 to the camera, and we're going to make sure to hit the camera to fuck up the continuity of our shot. That's really important, you know. All right, so we'll put down some gray, and we're going to mix a tiny bit of white in it. So we lighten it down. We don't need much. I definitely did not need that gigantic thing of white. All right, and then we're gonna work on our boy. We're gonna start in with some. Okay, our gray is too light. Our gray is not only too light, but it's doing that I smudge forever thing. Just remove all of it. Boom, boom, boom. Get rid of that. Or start over with the neutral gray, which is a little too wet. And we're going to come in and we're just going to try to get a little color on it. Just return our gray to our original gray state. How is this gray so light now? That's bonkers. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. I guess we're just reestablishing the base tone first, is what we're doing now. Let's hit this one as well. Okay. So we got those reestablished. Let's reestablish this one. I'm just leaving that ink wash down in the crevices where it belongs. Okay. We can maybe put a little bit on the waist, I think. Just a touch right here. Alright. And then we'll work on the knee joints. I don't necessarily think we can get too much of it in the arm sockets. We can try, actually. Let's do that first. We're just doing like a, almost like a stipple attack here. Got our nice sharp little brush. This is kind of just completely out of frame for y'all. And that sucks. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to adjust it and lose my flow state in this moment. I'll adjust it after this. Alright. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing on the knees. And trace that outer circle. And then we're going to put a little bit on like the top half of the lower circle. We're going to make sure to get too much on there and stain it and create a problem. Sloppy work is really important for maintaining a good paint job. Don't ever forget that. Please focus on the model camera. This camera just will not focus on white minis. Same deal. We're kind of doing like a little jabby, stipply action. My gives up. It's coffee time. It is coffee time for me as well. I'm working on a nice cup of Cafe Bustelo with a splash of Califia Farms almond milk in it. As always, yummy stuff. All right, now maybe y'all can see what I was doing this time. Yeah, that looks pretty close to where I need it. So we're just taking our original color now. I thought we could do a step up in gray, but it's not quite. The Nuln oil brightened or darkened it up a lot more than I thought it did. We're just tracing the top half of these round things, and then we'll come into the inside and do the same thing. This layer gets the full highlight treatment, and then the next layer will get less on the inside. All right, and we'll highlight the front of this exposed actuator here. Those, I don't think they really get any treatment. We'll do a little bit right here. There we go. Let's do one more pass on this, like so. Okay. And now we can move on to, well, let's highlight the underarm actuators a little bit more. I don't think these will get any more love at all. So let's just get this single coat looking pretty good there. All right, that looks decent. All right, next layer. Okay. So we
I am the cream.
do this same lighter gray right here.
And there is no one that does it better.
All right, we're gonna come in, force the camera to focus. I'm gonna try to keep this highlight along that like upper edge, like so, like the top half, and then the like leading edge of this divot. I'll do the same thing here, just a little bit there and a little bit there. That's it. Can't really get into that other actuator from here, so we're going to leave it in shadow. And then here we're going to do the same deal. I'm going to come in and we're going to highlight the top ring, just the top ring, and then the bottom of the divot. And then this actuator shows a little bit more, so we'll highlight that one. And we're going to hit kind of like the center of these roundy bits here. This makes my Yen Lo Wang the Yen Hai Wang. Wait, is that a penis thing? Alright, so same deal down here. We got our lighter color now. We're going to focus effort towards the top. Just want to try to cover what we just did, but less so. Same on the inside. I think we'll do one more layer here. And to justify that one more layer, we'll aim to do a final highlight on the outer bits that are actually getting direct sunlight. So there's that. And then same here, we're going to trace that ring, trace the top of the ring, and then that there. I do kind of like that this light gray pulls these actuators closer to the original white color. All right, so we're going to go back in on our palette. And we'll go the other way around this time. We're going to dig out a little bit of white, about yay much for mixing purposes. And then we're going to pick up some gray. And we want to try to make a much lighter gray tone. And I think that looks about right. That looks about right. Oh wait, do you think the algorithm dislikes us saying Wang all the time? I can't remember its cursing effect streams before. No. No. Streams are actually interesting how streams affect a channel's performance. Streams largely don't affect algorithmic performance in a positive fashion. What they do though is get aggressively pushed to a supporting community. So the streams get like really hard pushed out to y'all. The thing with streams is they don't get pushed to new people as hard. In fact, as far as like algorithm considerations, it does appear that a stream becomes a video after it's posted, and then it'll affect the performance overall on the channel. I think the algorithmic woes that I've been having on the channel stems from the infrequency of like full video production. And no, I don't think penis jokes phase it in the least. Okay, so we're done with the highlighting there. I'm not going to take them any further because I don't want them super shiny. I want them kind of dull gray.
The number one and the best.
But I did just notice we did not highlight
God! Not God! Because
the leg actuators at all. So we're going to go back to our original neutral gray tone, and we're going to put a few dots of that color down to just like reinforce it a little bit. Right there. Just kind of boost the contrast. And then even back here, you know, I almost feel like we could get away with a single highlight right here. And I'm going to do it. Maybe even one underneath here. And on the front as well. Let's do a little tiny highlight in that corner.
Well, you want to
And that one,
It's that whoop,
this
whoop.
corner.
You know what I'm saying?
Some
Yeah.
neighbors are saying
That
way
looks
too
good.
loud.
That's only in the morning.
It's only in the
You're
morning.
supposed to be up cooking breakfast or something.
You're supposed to be up cooking breakfast, he says. Yeah. Supposed to be up cooking breakfast by then. So it justifies the loud fucking car that's driving by. Tell that to the guy who was driving up and down my street at 6 a.m. this morning. Am I supposed to be up cooking breakfast by then? Alright, so we get our blue. We get some blues. I think we'll stick with this gray as part of the palette, and then we've got our white here. Alright, so we're going to dig in with some NMMs and really get going on that. So I'm going to show to the camera our set of paints. So we're going black, neutral gray, white, magic blue, sunrise blue. And we're going to do the most ambitious Onilab stuffing that we've ever managed on this channel. We're just going to take all of these paints right here. We're going to take all of these paints and grip them up. And we're going to get them all in there. Come on. Yeah. I only actually fit one in there. They were all just kind of together. I hate those loud cars no matter the time. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a stick in the mud about it. Like, anti-fun. But I do live in the city. I live downtown. So it's quite unreasonable. All right, so we want all these colors ready to go. I'm gonna do a little bit of black, a little bit of gray, a little bit of gray, a little bit of, we'll put the white a little off to the side. And I know we have the other colors on the palette, but we're you know, doing preparatory work here. The whole mise en place of painting thing. Your face is unreasonable. Oh, dang it. I can't help that though. The closest I can do to helping that is shaving what little facial hair I have. So you're lucky you get that. All right, so we're gonna thin all these paints with a drop of water. Thin everything out. I kind of want to put fluid retarder on them, to be honest. And I may yet. Get the white going too. It's fine if it's a little bit gray. Get our blue going. Get our other blue going. Make sure to clean the brush pretty good. It's alright if they mix a little bit. This is whatever. Yeah, and I do think we're going to use a little fluid retarder here. So I'm going to show that to the camera. I'm going to show this to the camera. And I'm going to take the lid off because I need to add this drop-wise in specifics. Russell Higgins says, I am only jealous of your hair. Well, thanks, my guy. It's, I had grown my hair out years ago and I cut it. This is back like 2013. I had grown my hair out before and I cut it to get a job at this program. This was in my mid-20s. It had to be mid-20s. It might have been late 20s. But there was a program that enrolled you in like training and internships to prepare to work in the corporate world. And I had long hair back then. And I cut my hair for that job and then didn't end up getting it. And, you know, I said, screw it. I miss my long hair. Time to grow it back. And then when COVID happened, I just never cut my hair. And luckily, my hairline seems to have stopped receding too much for long hair. I'll cut it when it gets too long or too bald again. But for now, it seems okay. Hairline's always been a little high. Seems alright. Yeah, same here. I can only hardly grow facial hair. Yeah, I haven't shaved in like a week and a half. Just because I'm low T, you know. I'm a little bit androgynous. Can't help it, y'all. Can't help it. Alright. So I'm going to clean my fingies real quick. This is a 5-minute clip of just mixing the paints. Holy moly. Alright, so we're going to use 2 brushes for this. We've got our 1 by Vallejo and we've got our 3.0 by Princeton Art and Brush Co.
What? Timberwolf? No, man.
And what we're going to do to start out, first off, let's put our model on the handle. So I stop holding on to it so much. Okay, so we're going to follow that art that I saw. We're going to change our mind about part of the model. Remember, you can always change your mind when working on a model. And we're just going to coat this whole dang gun bit in black. Black it out. And black the whole thing out. Can y'all see that? I'm a little back and forth with the camera placement. I apologize. I will adjust it here in a second once I turn off the other camera. Alright. But we're going to do a rough, quick and dirty NMM work here. And it's all going to start from a nice black foundation. Even though this is chrome in the end, or chrome-ish, we still want a real dark foundation. It's going to be really important, because the trick to good NMM is all about the contrast. Excuse me. Alright, we got 7 minutes 20 on the camera here. I want to try to get everything coated down. Before I stop the camera. I want to show that we can change our mind, that we can repaint something we've already painted, and because we've kept nice thin coats, it's not going to affect anything. Alright, and I'm going to NMM this thing as well. So we're going to carefully coat this black. Now this is right up on white and red, so we need to be really careful and ensure that we have nice brush control. Very tight cutting in, if you will. And I keep saying cutting in because it's like it's basically the same procedure, right? Like we're butting a color right up next to an area without hitting it. Paying attention to the action of the brush bristles as we press, and maintaining our pressure so that they do not splay out once we have them in position. Alright, let's fill in the little gaps. And fill in all those little gaps. Alright, there we go. Hey, I got an ad. The low T indicator is less your hairline and facial hair, more calling your fingers fingies. Yes. Yes, I agree. Maybe a little bit of my love for tofu as well. Or at least that's what modern society would tell me. Something soy. I love tofu, by the way. Like, unironically, it's so fucking good. If you ain't had a good tofu dish, man, you're missing out. Okay, so what we want to do now, I think what we want to work on here is to sketch out some of the highlights. So we're going to come back in with tofu is fuck nasty? No, you just had bad tofu. I love tofu. Maybe it's an acquired taste. Alright, so we're going to take our white. We're going to take our white first. And we're going to start coming in and we're going to sketch on our horizon line on our model here. And I can immediately see a spot that is not filled in for the black, so we're going to stop what we're doing and we're going to go back and cut that in again. Okay. Let me think. What's the best place I put my tofu? I make like a chow mein style dish. with like cabbage and onions and tons of garlic and tofu. Lots of onion, hot peppers. It's good stuff. It's kind of one of my, like, I got 3 recipes that are kind of go-tos when I'm hanging out with the boys and cooking a meat-free meal. I'm either making spaghetti with zucchinis or chow mein with tofu or curry with taters and carrots. Alright, so also, you know, if you don't like tofu, you don't like tofu. Let me be clear that I'm big damn grown and can take a differing of opinion. That's not true. Tofu's my favorite Resident Evil 2 character. Wasn't that like knife only hard mode? That tofu meal sounds pretty good. I actually really like tofu, but my doesn't. She tries it but never seems to like it. For some folks it could be a textural thing. It is really bland. There is that. It is quite bland. You know, from a starting point, it is quite bland. One of the tips I have for good tofu is freeze your tofu. Try freezing it and thawing it before a meal. You'll get this, like, is that lower? Yes. You'll get this like spongy texture that will soak up sauces a lot better. The ice crystals spread and take up more space, and they create these huge pockets inside your tofu. And it gets like the texture of a... It's sponge-like. It becomes a sponge. But it also like compresses the tofu, so it's like the space in between the air pockets is like really intensely compressed. And very, very firm. Like way more firm than normal. Alright, so we got our little sketch going on there. We can come around the bottom and sketch those on too. Let's take that same white and do a sketch across this thing. Right there. Right in the middle. We're just putting that nice little line so we know where our highlights are going to go. Okay, so the trick to horizon line reflective NMM is that we want our brightest color right next to our darkest color. Now on the claws, I think we're just doing like a traditional tip down highlighting. So let's put the white on, and this white is going to serve as like our foundational guideline. That's all it is. We're about to switch off to the smaller brush. Okay. Heard about freezing. We never try. Maybe next time. I had a cold and swallowed my own snot. I was like, oh no, I didn't know I was having tofu. No, tofu's not that soft. No way. So I could see how one could end up there. I was cooking at my parents' house one day, hanging out with my nieces and nephews, and my nephew came into the kitchen and he was very interested in what I was doing, and I maybe betrayed him, scarred him for life on tofu. He's like, ooh, that looks good, can I have some? I was like, yeah, here, try this. And I took a cube of tofu right off the block, and I put it right on his tongue. And he was like, the look of betrayal on that kid's face was intense. I doubt he'll ever trust me about food again. But that was mean. I was picking on him, I guess. But I'm weird. I like tofu even in its like that state. Okay, so anyhow, we are going in with our white, and we're adding a nice little streak with the finer brush now at the boundary between the black and the white, right on the edge. We want a very fine line of full strength white. And I think this paint is kind of separating out a little bit because I thinned it so much. Yeah, there we go. I want a really, really fine, high strength, full opacity, little bit of white. We're just going to establish our horizon line here. Okay. Now, next up, I'm going to stop this video. I wouldn't trust you after that. Yeah, exactly. Best thing to do with tofu is throw it in the trash and use mushrooms instead. Fight me. I use both. I actually do a lot of cooking without mushrooms because my homie that I hang out with and do a lot of cooking for just hates mushrooms. And I think it's like for the same reason. Like I would never disrespect someone's food choices if they had established like, hey, I just don't like mushrooms, I don't like tofu. We can debate and argue about foods, but at the end of the day, I don't give an F. Everyone can eat what they enjoy. No need to be a dick about it. Am I being a dick about it? I'm not being a dick about it. Nuh-uh. Yeah, I very much have that same kind of outlook on many things. Many things. As someone who does not eat meat, I'm not one of those people to be like, oh, you have to give me special treatment in your restaurant. Don't cook it on the same griddle where meat's been. No, fuck that, dude. I'm not going to tell you to not eat bacon. You know what I mean? That's silly. Unreasonable expectations. Alright, so now we're mixing white and blue. We're getting a nice, really, really light, ghostly ice blue here. And we're going to start working that on right above our white. Basically right up to the white. I would dare say even enhancing the white. Okay, same here. Oh fuck, I never did do the little white scratches right here. Put that white line there. Okay, now we can go back to our blue. Be very deliberate about where we're putting our color here. And we're going to come in and start working down our bright tips on the claws as well. And we're using the finer brush here because on the back end of these claws there's like no definition. They're just a sheet. And if we don't use our tiny brush, we're going to start to lose definition. Basically, we have to do a little bit of illusory painting here. We have to come in here and create our own definition with careful application of brush strokes. We want to leave that little line in between the cloth. And I just screwed it up a little bit. So we're going to come in with a moistened brush and try to lift it off. Now the fluid retarder is really going to help with that. Our paint stays a little drier longer. No, not you, just my opinion in general. Let people enjoy their things basically. Yeah, I get that. Okay, so now we're going to dip into the same light blue, but without the white mixed into it. And we're just going to glaze on a little bit of blue. I don't even think it's glazing on. We're just layering it straight up. So what we want is basically we're going for like a black to blue to white gradient. And then on the bottom we can just leave it black. Okay, so next up we're going to take our magic blue, and we're going to dig some out, and we're going to mix in our morning blue into it as well. Shit, I never did. Oop, backing up. I'm ahead of myself. We need to layer on some of the morning blue onto our claws. The claws need the treatment. And we're gonna fix that up real quick like. Now when we're working on the claws, we're going to pull this color back further than we're going to leave it in the end, because I want the colors to layer over top of each other. There we go. And now we'll go back to our newly mixed blue. And we're going to give that same care, that same treatment that we did before. And we're going to kind of start working that blue in above the other blue. You want to keep the bands really thin. And in the end, we're still going to have to go back in and do little tiny highlights as well. But I think this is going to be well worth it. It's going to look really cool. Howdy folks, welcome Frank M. How are you? Toffee tastes like tomatoes for some reason. It's not awful. Interesting. Interesting. Tomato coffee. Should have had a V8. Alright, so we got our next layer down. I maybe destroyed that gradient a little bit, lift it off. Again, our use of fluid retarder here helps in like correcting mistakes. All right, so little NMM there. Bink. Okay. So continuamos. I noticed we didn't get the lighter blue here, so we're going to go back and do that. I keep skipping this part, unfortunately. So we're going to fix that. Get that blue in there. We're doing the same thing on the claws that we did before. Just running that color up into the previous color. And then we want it coming down the sides as well. So we're going to trace very carefully in there. And of course, we'll clean all this up. We're just layering it for now. All right, now here, we want to start being more thorough on the backs, I think. Be very careful about the placement, because these two in particular, there's like no definition between them. So we have to create this illusory painting to establish the boundaries of the piece. All right, I don't know if that's coming through at all. It kind of looks just like a blue stripe at the moment. How's the high wang progressing? We are digging into some non-metallic metals, some very amateurish, admittedly, but it'll look good. In the end, you want that contrast, and that's what we're going for now. Okay, so we'll show the camera that we're digging out our magic blue now. So this is our 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our 5th color. Not counting the initial black. And the thing here, we can actually like start to come out a little bit with this color and bring it up like a wider highlight than we had applied previously. So we're going to start blending that up to black after this. So in fact, I'm going to widen this end up too. Okay, now starting to get a little cramped on the front thing, so we're going to be careful with that. Give it a good stir. I do think that this, when the paint is this thin and we've got fluid retarder in it, it wants to separate really bad, so we got to be careful there. Alright, same deal on the claws. I'm just going to cover back all that we've done there. I got a little bit of paint in between the tines here, so I'm going to try to clean that up with a little bit of black. There we go. All right, so our blue will do. Is this the last layer? We may darken these up some more, but we're gonna start pushing that magic blue down to the base. Cool. I haven't dared to try NMM and Battletech scale. I can in Warhammer a little bit. I think it's just, it's nice to be bold and brazen from time to time. Let me ask you, what is the benefit of doing metals this way versus you doing silver base coat with speed paints over it? In this particular case, it's a character model, so it deserves a little more time, and that is the only reason. There is no advantage other than, like, if you want your model to look cooler. I usually don't. Too much time, I think, for painting mechs. Alright, so now we're going to mix up magic blue plus black. And we're going to come back into to the leading edge of the blue. Plus, I kind of suck at NMM. Honestly, I'm alright. I can half-ass do a decent one. And I want to challenge myself with this. That's all it is. It's personal growth. Alright, we're going to put our magic blue black mixture on that edge, pushing it further up. And like, we still have to go back in and create all the little tiny highlights and stuff. Alright, so another edge there. And then we're coming into here. And we are pushing that blue. Basically, at this point, we're cutting each of these steps in half with the color.
And a double helping
And
of
a
gravy.
double helping of gravy. Tell me about that gravy. I want biscuits and gravy bad, dude. I ain't had them in a long time. I usually go for the soy milk versions because I think the soy milk isn't too like offensive. It doesn't like override the ruishness of it. Put a nice like vegetable spread in there, like oh, what's that stuff called? It's like Natural Balance or Earth Balance or something. It has a very buttery flavor despite being plant-based. You can still have fine biscuits and gravy without the animal products. All right, so bold and brazen or old and crazen? Yes. Old and crazen. Feeling old. Okay, so I think we're actually going to take our blue-black mixture, I think, and do one more layer of it. I want to do a darker still, but not quite black color. Yeah. Just to smooth out that leading edge, so it's not such a harsh jump to black. There we go. We'll come around the other side, do the same thing. Right across the top of that. Same here. Another layer on that, on the claw. I think we'll push one more layer down at the very bottom of these. Okay, there we go. All right, so now what we'll do, we'll take our black and we'll go back in and we'll clean up any spots that really need it. Need some definition, like right here. Clean that one. Clean that. Any spots where we kind of got a little sloppy, reestablish that line between these two parts, for instance. There we go. The claws have a little bit
Chicken workout.
I do.
of sloppiness. Who's responsible for this? Slink.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Give me a second. Here we go. All right, let me pause my 58-second recording. Blast out 10 more.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right. 10 more on the books. Okay. So, next, I think what we want to do is we want to take our white again, and we want to reestablish that brightest line at the very bottom. And we want this to be as fine as a scratch as we can manage. But the trick here is it needs to be solid, solid, solid. Let's be bright, bright white. As bright as you can manage. And therein lies the secret of NMM. Like, that gradient is fine and dandy, but it is that hard, brightest color right against the darkest color. It's that intense contrast that creates the reflective look. Most important part is that interface between the white line and the black. I mean, it already looks kind of metallic-ish. I think it could maybe use a little cleanup. We're gonna do the same thing right here. We're gonna get a nice, bright, 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 bright white. Tiny little line right there. Alright, we're gonna do the same thing for the tips of these claws. Get the tips all white. Maybe even streak it back a little bit. Make sure the fronts are white. And just like the tip of the tip on the underside. Definitely less there, but we want them bright white. Claws looking decent. I kind of want to do like a glaze to bring them all together, but it's fine. The stream is both relaxing because yay painting and infuriating because it's making me want to paint. Yeah, I feel that. I feel you there. Alright, so now we're going to go in a little bit of gray and black. And we're going to make it like a really dark gray. Really, really dark gray. dark gray. And we're going to come in with little bits of dark gray where we can get away with it. So like right here, I think on the bottom of this gun bit thingy, we want a little bit of darker gray. The underside of the gun, it's like a small patch of it. Like a pool of light, if you will. It's like our reflected light. Okay. I'm gonna mix a little bit more gray into it. So we have a nice, like, dark gray. I don't want it all the way up into our neutral gray that we started with. It's too bright. But we're gonna do just a little bit of highlighting underneath and create this rough light going on. And then here it's actually going to be a highlight. Okay. So now what we need to do, we take a moment, we're going to reflect upon our reference material. And my phone's at 17%. So I'm gonna have to plug it in. Fuck, I swear it was charged more than that. Let's take a peek at what they've done here. So it looks like our leading edges are just streaked in bright white. So I think that's what we're gonna go for there. So let's get this set back up. Get this set back up. Tap the go. And I think the color we're going to go for the highlighting, I want to kind of keep this in the bluey territory. So
You do workout.
I do.
Give me 10.
Okay.
let me pause my 14 seconds of recording and delete it.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
And get up and go do your push-ups. All right, so what was I doing? Okay, let's go back. Let's hit record. So, like I was saying, I'm going to grab a little bit of blue. Pick it up. Grab a little bit of white. A little bit more. A little bit more. Even more. Make this super light, bright white. Hopefully can get this recorded before my phone dies. And we're going to trace light edge highlights. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, cha, cha, ba, ba, da, ba, ba. And we're going to have these highlights go down below where our established horizon line is. And they're going to be on the inside as well, right here. Just want to trace those edges. Edge that model. Let me email you some phone charge. Yeah, I guess watching one 15-minute video on a fully charged battery was enough to drain my phone. Or maybe I overcharged it, or I don't fucking know. After this step, I'll get up and go get the charger. Dude, if you could email me phone charge, that'd be insane. Oh, I'm getting the low battery mode warning. Yay, phone. You're letting me down, rat meow, you know. Alright, so we're coming in, doing our little highlights. We want to highlight the bottom of these, like, I don't know what you call these, the vents on the gun. I could tell you what they're called if I wasn't trying to pull the word out of my brain. You just want to outline them a little bit. Please focus on the model phone. Alright. Okay, so before the phone dies, let's get in here and let's try to highlight up our barrel tip. So we're going to put our darkest blue. We're going to put some on this end too. And we're going to grab our blue, our magic blue. We're going to put it kind of in the middle of these. Same down here. Boom, like that. I'm going to grab our mid blue mixture. I'm going to put it in the middle of that even. Down here as well. Take our sunrise blue and put it in the middle of the middle of the middle. You know, I just realized I fucked up really bad. I did not do the sponge chipping before this. So I'm going to be extremely careful to not sponge chip over our weapon here. Alright, so not only do we have that highlighted, but I want to come in here and highlight the bottom of all of these little fins in blue. We kind of have this leading edge. YouTube and Discord seem to be the worst offenders of resource hoarding. Yeah. It's, I have to go get my charger from across the room. 1 second. I'm going to BRB screen it because I'm going to fill my coffee while I'm up. Alright, I think I have enough painted that I can finish this step without needing to record it. YouTube has more than once taken my battery from 100 to 20% in 0 time whatsoever. Yeah, I wish I would have looked. I think YouTube's cache is just problematic in general. I believe that's some of the problems I've been having on the desktop operation of their website. Also, in typical fashion, it's remarkable. Like, anytime I get irritated, the temperature goes up 10 degrees. It is very warm all of a sudden. I see that the long rays of the afternoon have started at 1:40 p.m. Okay. Anyhow, at least can get in here now and actually like get in on the model and see what I'm doing. I'm cool with that. Oh, look at that horrible. There's like a warpage. The model has like cooled and contracted in a like non-symmetrical fashion. All right, gonna highlight these little vents. Just a nice little gentle scratch around them. Same thing here. And same thing on this one if we can manage it. Yeah. And it looks like we ended up getting a little bit of white paint inside that, so we're gonna try to clean it up with a little bit of black. There we go. I think we're gonna gently come in here and we're gonna highlight all these fins individually. So it's like, and who knows where the detail begins, because they have a nice mold line right across the top of them. I fucking hate catalyst plastics. They're so bad. They're so bad. They're fine for your average gamer, but like for a mini painter, they're fucking bad. Like, this is a small part here I'm trying to paint. And it's like, the details are muddy, and there's a mold line running across the top of it. Alright, now I want to highlight those fins into the white. So, I'm going to go back across what we just did, and very, very carefully highlight them white. Okay, so case in point right here. Oh yes, ads. Thank you, YouTube. I love ads. Picked up some of those phonetics effects today. We'll see how they stand up soon enough. Yes. (36°F) here. I bask in eternal sadness. I would love for it to be that cold. I mean, look, if ever I complain about it being warm, it's because it's like 70 in my apartment, and my apartment is generally like much warmer than the outside world. Electronics on fried. Electronics fried on my CNC. All the things are broken. I'm sad. The more I try to fix it, the more I find broken. Building a fire gloves many problems at once. That is unfortunate. And I hope you find swift resolutions to your sad. What was I talking about? Okay. Y'all probably can't see it. But we have a mold line that runs right here. And right next to that mold line should be a fin for this vent. And there has been shrinkage of the mold, of the cast, right next to the mold line. So like this line is shrunken in. It's just like, it's the Catalyst minis, they're so fucking bad. I just want some quality minis from these producers. I want the good stuff. I want to paint this model with nice crisp details. And you know, it's funny. If I could print it at home, it'd be top-notch quality. Okay. So I think we have that gun mostly like done up right. It looks metally. It looks about like the best I can do on it. The transition here is a little rough. And in fact, I can maybe come back in and clean this edge up a little bit. Maybe even a little bit of this blue, clean it up some. But I think that's looking about as good as we can get it. I want to make sure our gun barrel is highlighted on the bottom, and then highlighted on top even, I think. I really don't know. I don't think we'll do it on the top. But I do think what we should do for a top-down highlight is we should, for one, not screw up and make things too wide. I think we'll do a little one right here. Right there. And then we're going to come in with that white. We're going to come in with that white we did earlier and put it right on the tippy tip top. And make our highlight super bright. Yeah. I think that looks alright. What do y'all think? It looks metal, right? You know another way to get crisp edges? Deep frying. With panko breading even. Okay. So now we want to do the same thing to this bit. We want a nice highlight down at the bottom. And we want to highlight at the bottom of our laser port as well. We'll put a highlight across the top here. Like that. And then we want like a... It's almost like a double edge there. And we're going to come in with the white again. It's pure reflection. He can't trust his own pure reflection. Helping a gravy. Do a little bit here. And then we want a little bit there. All right. It's a little too bright on this. So I'm going to cut in some black and try to like really see what the fuck I'm doing. And I want to minimize those highlights. I think this thing needs a specular highlight on the front because it's a flat surface. So we're gonna do a little boop, like that. And then we're gonna, there's like a little, like a rangefinder or something. And we're gonna put a little black dot in that and fill that in. There we go. That looks pretty good, I think. Message retracted. I do my deep frying with forbidden sprinkles and a nice resin wash. Wait, are you washing yourself in the resin? I don't understand. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing here with highlights. And see, like, this would be really good to film, but alas, alack and allay. That is not a feasibility right now. Alright, so we have our happy little highlights on there, and we're going to come back in with white. I'm going to hit those tips one more time. And we're going to highlight our highlights. Our highlights. What y'all think? Let me get the camera further in on that.
But you do work out.
I do.
Give me 10.
Okay.
All right, y'all can wait to see that till I get back from doing push-ups.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Fucking timing on push-ups is really fucking fun, Mr. Nathan. Really fun. I never recorded the last set of your gift to my arms. It's 40 total today. Would you call it gossamer? No. Gray resin's thick viscous liquid. Just like gravy. Probably tastes the same too. It's very similar in flavor. Alright. Okay, so we got our nice metallic-y looking gun. Little highlights on top. Little highlights running underneath. The little vents are highlighted out. It doesn't look like we missed anywhere. I think that these highlights could be strengthened some. So let's do that really quick. Right here. Strengthen those. Make them a little brighter. They look highlighted down into the black. Same down here. These are a little weak as well. Okay. Little highlight action on top. I actually think we need a tiny little streak kind of right here-ish. Screwed that one up a little bit. Let's try to lift off the excess. There we go. A little highlighted on top. The claws have almost a nice gradient going on. I'm not so super pleased with it, but they look like your typical like Space Marine situation. I see a spot right here that needs to be cleaned up. So we're gonna come in with that darker color really quick. Our thing in the middle, y'all can almost see it. Got a nice thing going on. I do think before we finish, we should do a single pass, a little scratch of bright white again across the interface edges. Really reinforce that white. And actually, I think our white is a little polluted with gray. I'm gonna put out just a little bit more white straight up. NMM on the Canon is looking super good. Yeah, I think it came out all right. Examining it in person, it's a little rough, but like, I think with it being as rough as it is, and this discussion about it, it shows that if you can get that nice little, as long as you can get your highlight interface on the edge, like really, really, really intensely bright, it doesn't really matter so much if your blends are a little bit rough. Like the blue tone kind of gives it that like almost chromy type feel. But the only thing that actually matters is that white line that is bumped up against the black line. I mean, obviously it takes some time though, right? Y'all have seen, how much time have we just sat here and spent on the NMM? Like a full hour to do one cannon. Alright, we're going in, we're putting white, with that white on the interface between the black and the light blue. Very tiny highlights. And I even think a little bit right here is necessary. A little bit, just right there. I got a little bit on the inside, so we're going to take a little bit of black and clean that up. There we go. Okay. NMM satisfactorily done. I'm okay with that. Also, Nightbot's popcatting, I'm gonna fucking popcat too. You best believe it. Alright, what's our charge at? 29%. I can probably film again. I wonder if I could just plug it in while filming. What's next on this boy? What is next on our boy here? I think we'll deepen the black in here for one. I should have drilled that barrel out, honestly. But alas, I did not think of it. I see a spot that needs a little love. Our highlight should extend down right here just a touch. Just a touch. We'll clean that one up. And this one up. Okay, and we're going to extend it down on this side as well. Just barely moving the brush till we kind of scratch where we're aiming. We'll brighten that one and that one. There we go. Minimum cannon. I'm happy with it. Alright, so from here, I think we need to think about we need to fill in this rear-facing laser right here. And now we need to think about the next step for this guy, which is going to be sponge chipping, I guess. Yeah, I think it's time to sponge chip because, well, shit, we need some logos somewhere. We need some logos. We need some logos on this boy. So we need to think about what is the staple. So I've been really struggling to find. He's got a symbol on him right here. It's like this hand with the little yin yang. And I really want to do that symbol. And we need to do that before we do any chipping. Does he have any other symbology on him? No, that's it. We want this though. We want this thing. Also, why are all those fingers penis heads? Silly. Okay. We can work with this. Okay. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. First, I'm going to get a yellow down, I think. I'm going to pre-prep and get a yellow down. We'll go with this deep yellow, I think. Yeah. And then we just need like black and white and gray. All right. And let's see if I can get a better shot here. I kind of want to go higher with the shot. I wonder if I can achieve it without crowding myself too much here. Thank you, camera. See if I can do this. Get our camera lined up. Can y'all see that? Yeah, it's kind of in frame. All right. So if I do this, pro video, and if I'm working right here, y'all can also see it. It's a good spot. Okay. Record. All right, so we're gonna come in here and start with our black, and it goes right here. Let me make sure camera is focused where I want it. Make sure to hit it with my headset naturally. So this little symbol lives right here. Can y'all see? Kind of. The claw's in the way for y'all, ain't it? A little bit. Okay. I'm gonna go a little bigger than the box art has it. And again, this is a 3.0 liner from the Princeton Art and Brush Co. Select series, but it's still a great value brush. The value series or whatever it's called. I really need to start just putting that in my descriptions, like universally. They're really cheap. It's like $8 get you, I can't remember if it's 4 or 5 brushes, but they're really good, really high quality synthetics. Okay, get a nice circle going on. It pretty much takes up the whole area. I'm gonna round out the top some. Okay, there it is. And now we're gonna take our normal neutral gray, and we're gonna come in here. We're gonna draw a hand. See if we can find the best angle for our brush. So the hand comes up. It's got like thumb and then 5 fingers, bam, bam, or 4 fingers. You know what I'm saying. Okay. We're just getting a blob for now. That's fine. It's more than sufficient. Okay. I'm going to show to the camera our deep yellow. Put out a tiny bit of that. You're wrong. Are you streaming on Windows 95 using Paint? Well, that's the the view I was going for. Yeah, I love that kind of aesthetic because I am ancient. All right, so we're gonna take our yellow. We're gonna start it in the middle, and we're just gonna do like a kind of a smudge, because this is far too small for the details we want. Also, this paint is too thick to flow, so I'm going to set a drop of water on the palette. I apologize for not having palette cam up at the moment, y'all, but I figured y'all would want to maybe be able to see the brush work more than anything. My yellow's a little thick, so I've thinned it down. Alright, and we're going to go in the center of that gray blob that makes up the hand. And we're going to just try to start stippling on a yellowy thing. This paint does not flow at such small concentrations. Holy moly. I'm going to try to just make it like a starburst kind of thing going on. And I think that's good enough. And we're going to come back in with our white circle in the middle. I think it actually needs to be a black circle. So we're going to pivot to black. We're going to put a circle of black down right there. I can't remember if the white is on top or bottom. I'm going to have to pause my recording and reference the material one more time. White is on the bottom. Okay. So we'll come back in. While that's drying, we can put down a little more yellow. A little more yellow. We'll get our white, and we're gonna try to. I was like, no way Windows 95 works for this. No, they're just PNGs. Gundam line markers really go for those indent lines in small areas. Maybe. I think that's controversial because it still requires brush control. Kids these days don't know the struggles of early content creators have streamed MS Paint over the internet using AOL free hours disk and using up all the internet before the next disk came. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna add in a little bit of white at the bottom of the circle. And this is so small I can't even get that detail on there. I really wish this yellow would work. I need some bright yellow in there. Okay. Got a little yellow. All right, so now to make this look like that symbol, we're going to take our gray. We're going to mix in just a little bit of white, just a bit, and make like a mid bright light white. And then we're going to come in with 4 dots up at the top. Bam, bam, bam. That third one down, and then the fourth. Let me put the thumb on, and a little bit of gray at the bottom. And it's like, you know, meh. You can't really make out too much of the detail, obviously, at this scale. But you get that little splash of yellow in there. You got a hint of black and white in the middle. It's there. It's as good as I can get it. WJ Lo Wang, where's the Shadow Warrior? Shadow Warrior? You mean the Legend Killer? I have the Legend Killer here. I haven't started on it. Some of the Gundam markers have a solvent that reactivates the paint, or the market will get gunked up. Ruin a brand new panel lining marker that way. The marker. Yes. I mean, I think they're still going to require brush control, like no matter what you do. Would it be inappropriate to put a little Lao symbol here? I don't know. But what I do want to do, for sure, I want to intensify these highlights on our mech. Do it. Okay. Okay. We'll do the Liao symbol. We'll do the Liao symbol. And I have a reference right there. And I think what we'll do is we'll go for uniform green as our starting color. We'll go for uniform green since it's kind of like reminiscent of the SLDF. It's a little lighter, so it's more like Liao, but it's still that kind of what do you call it? SLDF feel, that olive drab. Now, where do we put it is the question. I'm just assuming right on the other side is what we'll do. So we're going to do a little triangle. I should do black first. Let me clear that brush. Let's start with a little tiny triangle. We'll keep this one really small too. I think that'll be a nice challenge to paint. Alright, and then the sword comes up. We should make it a little bit bigger. Like that. Is that in focus at all? It was probably not. Y'all can't see it either. Alright, so we got our black outline. We want to have the spot where the sword comes out. So a little black streak there. Okay. We're going to come in with our uniform green. I can almost see what the hell I'm doing. Just about. And we're going to push that green all the way up to the edges. Okay. We're going to take a fleshy color. Ping symbol, not Liao is what I did. I don't know what the Ting symbol is. Ting symbol is the hand with the yin yang in it. That's what if that's what it is, that's what I just did. It's on the other side. Alright, so we're going to do a little sunny skin tone. Did I show that to the camera? I may not have showed that to the camera. Sunny skin tone. Alright. Sunny skin tone's interesting because it got like a little bit of a yellowiness to it. And I think in this case it would be appropriate. Of course, it doesn't want to flow off the tip of my brush. Alright, and we're going to clean up the blob we just made. Make sure to bump the camera. A little bit of gray inside the streak. And that's it. Little tiny Liao symbol. Very, very subtle. Very small. Y'all can't even see it. That's as zoomed in as it goes. Y'all can't even see it. That's funny. I must have zoned out on that. Yeah, is that what that symbol is? The ting? This thing right here? Thanks, Nightbot. Your timing is spectacularly bad. It's right there. Y'all really can't see it. This is as zoomed in as the webcam goes. Okay, so from here, I think what this model needs is, we'll do sponge chipping and then we'll do a base treatment. Someone is having a bad day outside. Tang Cenotaph. Yeah. That's what I thought it was. You know, I can't find that fucking symbol anywhere on the interwebs. At least not in the Battletech channels. Alright, so we're going to start with our usual method of whole red. And where is my black brown? German camo black brown. Alright, we're going to change our shot angle back to low. Not sure if they updated the logo or kept it the same. Never could find a straight answer. Only ever redirects to Cenotaph. Yeah, it redirects, but the symbol is not present on the page. Is my concern. And I actually don't know where to get it to update that page. If any of y'all know, please maybe send it to me. Either edit the Sarna page yourself, or if you have it, please send it my way. Unit Color Compendium. Okay, Unit Color Compendium has it. Yeah, it's distinctly lacking that Sarna doesn't have it. Okay, I need a piece of sponge. There's some right here. And we're going to do the whole... My phone closed the camera because I didn't click it fast enough. Thank you, phone. You're a real pal. Alright, Pro Video. We're going to grab Onilab and pull it out. We're going to show the camera German camo black, brown, and whole red, and we're going to jam them both in Onilab at the same time. Excellent. I'm going to show the camera our piece of sponge. And we're going to get a little tiny piece of it. And make sure to drop it. Alright, so we want to shred the edges of this so that we don't have any nice, clean, sharp edges. It kind of needs to be amorphous. Alright. Kind of loose, real loose compositionally. Alright, we'll get that set up. Now we're going to take our two colors and we're going to mix them up 50-50. little bit of whole red, a little bit of camo black brown, equal parts. Now this mixture, I say it again and again and again, it's like it's got like a slightly oxidized steel color to it, so it works. It works to sell the idea of metal, or like dirty primer on your metal because of the whole red. But because it's like a brown red off color, it works on just about any tone. It works on blacks, it works on greens, it works on whites, wherever you need it. It's a perfect color. At least on the picture of Yen Lo Wang and Battletech Legends, I guess. Yeah, that's where I found it. Actually, was that picture. But like, at least the Cenotaph Stables page should have it on Sarna. That's like kind of stupid that it doesn't. Why won't this focus? Please focus. Please focus where I'm telling you to focus, camera. All right. Let's show it to the camera and then pull this ring off. Go back to autofocus. And we're gonna grab our little sponge applicator. And we're gonna take our, man, I'm really having to like tell this phone where to focus. It is not focusing. We're gonna wet our sponge. And we're going to take our texture palette and we're going to remove most of the paint until we start getting a very light pattern of speckles. Very light pattern of speckles. Very, very, very light. All right. Now we're going to take our boy and we're going to come in and we're going to start lightly hitting it where it should go, trying very, very, very careful not to press down too hard. And we're gonna underdo it this time. The feet will be kind of heavily chipped because that makes sense. Feet make sense. Legs make sense. Now we didn't use any metallic colors on our mech so far. So I think when we go back in and do our secondary chipping, we should maybe avoid using metallics. Just put on like a steel tone. Alright, so now we're going to hit this with very selective, gentle scratches. Just here and there. We don't want to take away from the paint job too much. We just want a little bit of scratching. Be bold. Don't be afraid of marring up your paint job. None of this has been in focus at all the whole time. Thank you, phone. Put a little there. A little bit on the head, just a touch. A little bit on the corner here. Just a hair. Normally I'd go ham with this stuff, but I don't want to mar up the paint job too much. I want enough to read as chipping. Let's come across the back with some. Hit the hips, hit the back there, just a bit here and there, tiny bits. Boldly do it. Own it, place it, hit it. Get them fingies a little bit. Hit the underside of the arm. Obviously he's punching stuff, you know. Pow. The underside of that arm a little bit. A little bit here. I want to avoid getting too much on the chest. In fact, I gotta put just a little bit. Just a bit there. There we go. Hit a little right there. That's enough. I'm pulling the plug on it. I would say the Solaris mech would likely get repainted much more often than a line mech. Oh yeah. Fucking every round. Okay, and that is more than enough. And what we'll do now is since we went with like a gray for our metallic, we're gonna go back in and we're gonna take our gray from before and we're gonna use that as our interior deep chips. Anywhere that the chips got really heavy, I'm going to come in and we're going to brush chip them up. Intensify that effect. This one I'm going to make look like kind of like a scratchy pattern. Boom. That one looks great. This foot needs some work. We'll give it some love. Bit extra here and there. Is that all the heavy spots? A little bit of a heavy spot back here. I tried to avoid getting too many heavy spots, but I lost a little bit of sponge control and hit a few really heavy spots here and there. I think that's good. Okay, I kind of want to highlight those to give a little extra depth to it. So we're gonna make like a lighter, really light gray, and we're gonna highlight the highlighted bits, or highlight the scratchy bits right here especially. Ow, give it that depth. Where else? Right there, got a little bit.
But you do work
There,
out.
got a little bit.
Give me two.
Those are gonna wait.
Okay.
Just straight up, those are gonna wait.
If I want, she can go on forever.
You get those when I'm done here. Okay. One more heavy chip right here. None of that was in focus. This fucking camera. I swear, dude. None of that was in focus. I just painted all that with no focus. You absolute fucking dickbag. Cool. That was really cool. Love the Fallout 2. Am I not getting the sound of those? I didn't hear that. When was... setting up a generator. Alright. Am I, like... Is something going wrong here? I never heard the Fallout 2 rotary AC. Last one I heard was push-ups. Alright, well, I owe 10 push-ups, so let me go do those and I'll be right back. Who's this? Oh my god. Y'all can enjoy that while I pump. Thank you for the generous donation, my guy.
Comstar Knight donated a $4.99 super chat. My rack 5 goes BR.
is this still going? How is this still going?
Howdy.
Holy moly, how is it still going? Jeez. That was a good one. Thank you, Comstar. That's 50 today. Oh my god, all the notifications. Alright, so I think what we need to do now is hopefully get the camera to focus on this next shot. Where are we sitting at? We're at 2.5 hours in. I wonder what letter would be longest. It has to be W. So I think, I don't know why it said my just now. I think the longest message you could do is, I think it's orangutan. Orangutan, orangutan, orangutan. I'm pretty sure that's the one. But let's just see. This is for you, chat. And of course, all messages, all super chats go directly into funding this channel. So thank you for the generous donation. How about you give me an ad as pressing the fucking button, you asshole YouTubes. Let's hit this button and then hurry up, phone, process please, so I can click skip fucking ad. Oh my god damn.
Baba Bezos needs your money.
Who did this? Alright, fine, have another ad. I'll go give you another ad. You can have it, chat, as you insist.
Country Fried Minis donated a $2 super chat.
Yes. Bitches about ad. Chat says have an ad. You guys are fun. If you do capitals, she'll read them out. It's the secret. It's the secret sauce. It's the hack. Okay, so what we need now is a basing texture. And I think we're just gonna go with, I'm gonna keep using this Sterling mud because I have it and I'm out of baking soda to mix up my own custard. I wonder if I can plug in my phone while recording. I don't think I can. So we're just going to work with this stuff. I'm going to show the camera the Sterling mud. We're going to get a cruddy old brush. This one looks great. Who's this? It's so thick, dude.
Comstar Knight donated a $1.99 super chat. Testing TTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTT
Thank you, dude. Comstar always beats me to the troll. Must be the all-encompassing surveillance network. I think Comstar maybe gets things like some kind of space age HPG technology that they're receiving transmission so quick that they're able to pass it down to their adepts quicker than we can even, like, they've already grabbed the message and processed it by the time that communication goes across. I wonder why it is she did the eyes like that. Maybe it's just vowels in general. She blends them together. Yeah, it's weird about the vowels too, because sometimes you'll just get robbed on the
Comstar
vowels.
Knight
and it'll go
donated a
short sound.
$1.99 super chat. THICCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCC
It's absolutely ridiculous. Alright, so we just about have enough of this coverage here. And honestly, I tell y'all, I am tempted to put a busted like piece of mech on the base. I'm quite tempted to do that. I think we should. What y'all think? How about a chunk of a arm of some sort? What would be a good piece to sacrifice? What would be a good piece to sacrifice? How about a dang chunk of hunchback arm? Could we fit that on the base there? Yeah, I think we could. I think we could. Blackjack busted up rifleman arm. I don't know if I have any handy. Let me check my little parts bag. Rifleman arm makes the most sense, of course. Let's see what we have. I have a little bag of bits. Little bag of busted mech parts. Let's see what we have. What is the closest we have to rifleman bits? There's a Vindicator arm. There's some King Crab parts. I could do an Urban Mech head sticking out. Do you have an arm for one of those Urban Mechs? I'm kind of leaning towards this hunchback arm. Ooh. Partially destroyed Urban Mech. Partially destroyed Urban Mech. Would it detract from the model? It does take up a lot of real estate. I think it's just got to be an arm. That would be kind of cool, though, to get an Urban Mech on the base. I think we're going to do it. Fuck it, let's do it. Should Kit bash a Franken Mech from all those bits? You got the chunks of mechs you hammered? Yes. Yeah, I'm a big fan of hammered mechs. My immediate instinct was to hammer a mech for you, Nathan, but I don't have one handy. I don't have one handy that would be appropriate to kill. Alright, so... Okay, y'all. So, I'm going to put this to yous. This video... I don't know when we're going to record... I don't know when we're going to do this video, but we're filming it right now, of course. We're going to have power tool time. Kill the Griffin too. I don't have a Griffin handy, unfortunately. So we're going to show the camera our little urban mech boy. And we're gonna get out the Dremel. And this video is gonna have power tool time. So if one of y'all wanna record me power tool time when the video's out, let me know. Also PPE. Holy shit, that stuff stinks. PPE. PPE. I forgot. Alright, so power tool time. This is so fucking sketchy.
Would you do a workout?
No.
Give me 10.
Just straight up no. You'll get those when you get those.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
You'll get them when you get them. You'll get those when you get those. Yes, yes. I understand it's funny and fun. Yes, I get it. And quite often I will interrupt the task that I'm doing to give you your push-ups. But right now, in this moment, I am busy. I need this hunchback, this urban neck to sit nice and flush, kind of like partially buried. Yeah, I think that's good. It needs to go far enough down on the base that that it will come on, focus, you fucking camera. It needs to sit low enough on the base that it's not going to obscure it too bad. Alright, I owe you push-ups. I owe you push-ups. I'm going to go do your push-ups. Hold on. This episode of Mini Cutting brought to you by Cancer. Need this small scale device to help you protect those fat hands. Old fat hands cam. All right, let me give you your push-ups. Give you your dang old push-ups. One, two, three, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, so is music still playing? I like everyone's like Yen Lo Wang versus Legend Killer. We never fought it. Wolfson was in his own rifleman later on. Just pilot the Legend Killer. I mean, does anybody actually know Battletech lore? All right, so first, alcohol. Let me hang up my Dremel. I have a little rack on the wall over here. Not to be confused with the rack 5. Music literally stopping in the gap you said. Did the music Yes, that makes sense. Alright, looks like my other phone is about to die. So I need to snake this cable over there real quick. And plug it in. Alright, so who is enemy number one of Liao in the era when Justin would be piloting this mech? Who is his like rival? Would it be Victor? Bedsons, just use your pager? Oh yeah, dude, because I totally have a pager. Let's do this like that. Alright, so I need a cap full of alcohol. And my cleaning brush. And we're going to clean this boy off. Hans Davion. Hans Davion. Davion Mech. Okay, we could get away with just painting this like olive drab then. I just want to kind of elicit that a little bit with this herby. Okay. There we go. We can reuse that alcohol. This container's almost done anyways. Alright, I think if I were to film painting this, well, shit. I've already started working on it on camera. So I guess I do need to film painting it. Okay, that's fine. Let's film it. We got uniform green, and then we want like an olive drab. A dark olive drab. Maybe refractive green will work. I think that's perfect. We're going to chip the fuck out of it anyways. I believe you can honestly hot swap Justin and Kai back and forth in respective stack pole trilogies. Yeah, I don't care about accuracy in this urban mech, honestly. It's more about, as I say always in every paint job, you're not just painting a miniature to look like a specific thing. You're selling an idea to your viewer. And in this case, what you're selling to the viewer is going to be rivalry between Liao and Davion. Hey, this phone's almost dead again. Nice. 12%. Is it gonna die before I can film anything? I think the answer is yes. I think both phones are gonna die simultaneously. This is fucking ridiculous. Alright, how do I snake this goddamn cable over here? I think I have to loop it right. I have to snake it between my legs. That's how. And not bump it. Come the fuck on, cable. Quit fighting me. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, filming. We need to glue this together as well. And I think our Yen Lo Wang probably... Well, that means I gotta... Oh my god, trying to reach around everything is insane in this tiny space, y'all. Justin is fed son, gets disgraced, gets the Solaris, becomes champion. Then goes last place, takes the name of Justin. It's a device edge fest? No, it's just fucking the constant challenge of what can go wrong is going to go wrong, not just will go wrong. Also, it's hot as fuck in here for some reason. I think it's a matter of, it's like the humidity spiked up like 20-30%. Let's get a lecherous, get a really lecherous image or holding. That's fucking offensive, dude. Let's get a really bad one. Let's get a really bad one. Let's get a really, really edge of too much for YouTube bad one. Of course. I gotta use them up. Or do we do Pokemon? 20 degrees fit. Man, I wish it was 20 degrees. I could bundle up and be warm under a blanket or a coat. Alright, let's do... I think I've done this one before. Let me know, y'all, if we're going... cringe anime waifu sticker or Pokemon. Justin fought Candace. Destroyed a Vindicator, which gave her all current medical problems.
Yeah.
But you do work out.
I do.
God damn it.
Okay.
If I could just fuck... I mean, I'm gonna have to set the cooldown on those to like
Bye,
fucking
everyone.
30 minutes or
She can go on
something.
forever.
Hold on. It's a production to get up and do those right now. Yes. Wait till peak focus or peak annoyance, then do the push-up. That's a great strategy. Excellent strategy. Hope you're having fun. Waifu sticker and Pokemon. That's 1 in 1. Alright, it's going to be this one. Because it's already out, and I got my train of thought interrupted, so we're using the one I have out. Alright. Slide this onto the shot. Take our glue. It's all latency, not timing. No, I don't believe that. Resident Troll, Mr. Nathan. I don't believe it. I don't, for a second, believe it. Alright, so we're gonna jam a little sticky stuff inside this hole. And then we're gonna push down this Urban Mech's weapon. Kind of tilt it up some. We're gonna get out our BSI Instaset. And we're gonna put in a little bit of that right there. Get this shit to cure. Thank you, Pity Lady. Alright. So, to paint this, see if I can do this without, like, unplugging something. I'm going to start with black. Just black it all out. And the camera will not focus on it. The camera has decided that the most important thing to focus on is the cutting mat and to ignore the thing in the frame. Camera has been a little asshole today. Let's paint that. Get this good and covered. Get it black. I just realized I don't have any like double-sided tape or anything to glue this down to something. And I really ought to glue it down to something. I think a gnat just flew down my throat. You can tell it's on purpose because when you're not doing anything that needs concentration, he doesn't fire them. Yes. Yes, the latency ensures that it is literally every time I start to focus. Yes. It's the latency. There is a latency. I can't deny that. All right, so we got to pull back out. We're going to pull back out lecherous titty lady. And we're going to get a base. And we're going to take a little bit of glue. And we're going to dab it on the bottom of this mini. We're going to glue it to this base so I can actually fucking manipulate the thing. We're all trolls down here, Georgie. You know what really sucks is like, I think that clown would get me with that line. That clown would have got me. Come down here and troll. We all troll down here. And then the troll is he's just gonna fucking eat you. That's not true. It implies there's some sort of planning involved. No, I don't think there's planning involved. I think there's like opportunistic stabs for push-ups. February 20, 30, 23 is when Justin starts on Solaris by October his layout intelligence. I mean, that I wish those dates meant something more to me. I'm like getting into the lore, but like unless I'm actively reading something in the moment, they're just it's another date. All right, so we're gonna show refractive green to the camera. It's funny. I think a Centurion is kind of a shitty mech. Kind of meh. I don't really care about it. I like them in their role of a line jobber. I think it's funny that it's basically a CN9AH more or less, because that would make it a brawler. But at that point, why wouldn't you just take a damn hunchback? Alright, so we're going to do an overbrush of our refractive green here. We can get this fucking thing to focus. And we're going, like, seriously overbrush. This is basically dry brushing without any concern for thinning it out or anything. We're just applying it full strength, basically. Basically, like half full strength. Okay, that looks half decent. We'll let that run for a minute. Dry our brush. Clean our brush. I should have got out my hair dryer for this. Mainly info for @Nathan, who said it was around War of 3039. Champion May 30, 27. Yeah, that makes sense. Yen Lo Wang's modified CN9A and Sugar Mama pay for the retrofit. Yeah, I mean, I know what the refit is, but it's basically the same thing as a CN9AH, just about. It changes the missiles, but the big thing is it's got an AC-20, which is like everything else is an afterthought. All right, so now we're at the watching paint dry show. So I'm gonna sit here and let this paint dry. AH has no lasers but keeps missiles. Yeah, I mean, the AH, the missiles are an afterthought, and on the Yen Lo Wang, the lasers are an afterthought. It's an AC-20. That's more my point. Let's see. It's an odd choice, because like, I guess it's a conventional like customization that makes sense in universe. Probably fairly easy to do a swap, but it's just kind of meh. I've never really cared. Got the Centurion because of what's available and what his broke ass could afford. Had to lie to get his first Solaris mech. He chose a banger of a jobber mech. At least with an AC-20, you could potentially one-shot an enemy. Centurion, meh. In a unit though, like I see the value. If you have 3 other mechs to support it, or you're using it specifically to support like a missile mech, I could see them being like a really nice bodyguard type situation. I like that idea. Guarding my longbow with a CN9. That sounds awesome. Hey, that motorcyclist revved his motor 7 times before he got through the intersection. He must have a huge penis, y'all. Just like the biggest you've ever fucking seen. All right. So we get our boy done up. That was all out of focus the whole time, too. Naturally. Excellent. So using a Centurion to do is on better than you own stuff? No, you customized a Centurion.
Comstar Knight donated a $9.99 super chat. Just thought of this. When we 3D printing, we are changing resin into very fragile UV resin model. In essence, the resin is like lava, which cures. This is a roundabout way of saying we paint rocks.
We paint rocks. Plastic rocks? Could argue this middle finger to Hans as well. Centurion is a Davion mech, and Justin was exiled from Fed Sons, wanted to kill all. They're Solaris warriors. Yeah, and thus we got a Davion urban mech. Because I do like the idea of this guy bullying a hotshot urban mech who thought he was hot to trot, but actually was not. Alright, so we're going to go back to our chipping mix. Either way, it is the paint job as requested. And if it were my Yen Lo Wang, I would go the original, the cover off of the Solaris book, the opposite. But this is fine, it's recognizable.
Nathan donated a $5 super chat. Los tubos de papel son los mayores para tirar pedos.
Los tubos de papel son los mejores para tirarse pedos. Is that feet? Paper tubes are the best for, I don't know, tirar? Is that to take? I can't look it up because I'm recording on the phone. Plastic dinosaurs are dinosaurs. That is true. Justin did kill an urban mech in arena, but technically he was in the Legend Killer at the time. That's funny. Since resin is petroleum product, it's probably more accurate to say we're paint reconstituted dinosaurs. Holy shit. Y'all are something else today. Thank y'all for the generous donuts, by the way. It is these fun moments that, I mean, no joke, they keep the doors open here. And it is my duty going into this new year to strive to ensure that there is tons of content to make it worth your while. I know it is not expected, but I know that it's not expected tit for tat for your donations, but I want to assure y'all that it is my every intention to ensure that the content coming forth is worth, it's well worth the ridiculously generous donations that have been coming in. Y'all are the best. Okay, so we have our little urban mech, which just looks black on the camera. That little bit of resin dust I inhaled before putting the mask on is fucking killing me. Except oil comes from microbial sea life that predates dinosaurs by billions of hours. Billions of hours. Billions, you say? Alright, we're going to give this the same chipping treatment to tie it in. I'm going to give it a little bit of a scratchiness. She said doot 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 doot. We're gonna do some dirty down rust on this too when it actually gets put onto the base. But the base needs a little time to dry, and then some dry brushing. I think what we have to do is to secure this lad to the base, and then secure this lad to the base, then dry brush the base, or we secure it to the base and then do like another layer of the sterling mud to like incorporate it. I think that makes more sense. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this thing, but I also don't want to leave it lacking, you know? Alright, so we need to pick like a cockpit color, and I think we're going to go paper tubes are in the disc for farting in. Oh my god. My wife argues it's plastic cones, but I don't believe it. I mean, I can see plastic cones being the best for farting in. Alright, we're going to go for these. sunny skin tone cockpit panels. And then we're going to wash them down brown. In fact, I'm going to give this whole thing a wash here in a moment. Let's get these. I kind of regret not sculpting some flames coming up out of this thing. But then that'd get into a complex paint job further. But can you imagine like a smoldering urban mech here? All right, let's do a little green laser. Wait. I think it's a red laser small, right? In the like official paint schemes. There we go. We're gonna paint over that edge again. Re-edge it. Little white dot. Right there. Beep. Good enough. Okay. Next up, we're gonna hit it with a little bit of Agrex Earthshade. So we show to the camera our Agrex Earthshade. We get out our tray again. Jars reverberate too much. A weighted statement, yes. Dude, I am still very tempted to like. I would love to paint you a model, Mr. Nathan. Give it a loving paint job and make some video content out of it, and then put it in a jar and fill it with PVA glue. I think that would be really funny. All right, so we're gonna take our shitty brush from earlier. Camera won't focus on. And we'll take our Agrex Earthshade and we're just gonna fucking slather this boy. And this ink has like thickened up at some point, it appears. So we're just gonna really heavy hand it here. And then I'm gonna take a paper towel. And I'm just gonna blot it. Blot it on top. And get a nice thing that the camera won't fucking focus on. Please focus on the fucking model. Jesus Christ. There's never just one. Yes. You're right. All right, so we got to think about how we're gonna adhere this to the base now. Let's move this out of the way. This is just about ready here. So it's either right on the front or on the back of the base. I think front of the base makes more sense, honestly. I prefer a blurry model. Yeah, it's so fucking blurry, dude. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so come the fuck on, dude. Holy moly. My tools are fighting me, y'all. If you attach the head directly to the base, it's technically a chode. You're outrageous. Just absolutely outrageous. Alright, so we're going to show our chisel to the camera. And we're going to pop our boy free. And we're going to find our spot here. And I think right there is going to be as good as it gets. I mean, it's a little crowded. Yeah, that's fair. And we're going to take our chisel. Actually, we're going to switch tools. I'm going to switch to this one. And we're going to scrape an area free of our sterling mud. Scrape a chunk free. Scrape it free. Free the mud. Okay. Get that down to... And then that should give us enough room to put our boy down. Yep, I think so. And I kind of like it there on the front anyways. And we're going to get back out our lecherous titty lady. On camera one more time. And we're going to pick up the rest of our glue. Which is not enough. So we will get out our BSI once more and try to do a big drop right on her chest. Come on, drop already. We're going to miss a little bit because we got a little overzealous. Happens to the best of us. We get a fair amount of glue. And we're going to put our boy down right there on the base. Thank you, lecherous lady. Jesus fucking Christ. I glued it. It glued instantly to the base. Thank you, super glue. I'm fucking dying from the, like, 3 particles of dust I inhaled. Jesus Christ. Try not to do that into the mic. I apologize. Can't fucking breathe. You inhale one little dust particle, and next thing you know, you're dead, dude. Holy fuck. Alright, so we got our model here. It is adhered to the base. Like, kind of half-ass good enough. So we're going to show the sterling mud again to the camera. We're going to get back out our shitty brush with the shitty tip. We're going to scoop some out. And we're going to integrate this guy with the base. Integrate him onto the base and into the base. I actually need a toothpick here, so let's get our mud and let's try to work some in there. Dude, can I just boost the exposure or something here? Ridiculous how dark this shot is. The camera sees like the tiniest little bit of white and it's like, oh, there's some white in that shot. Better fucking reduce the exposure to where you can't see anything but the light. Did you answer the elbow question? No. I didn't even see it yet. Do you prefer the dragon with an elbow or without? The art depicted both, but the record sheet has the elbow. I'd have to see it. It's such a small detail that I've never noticed. Most of my imaging, my like internal idea of a mech comes from TRO 3050. So whatever the TRO 3050 has is what I generally prefer. Little things like like the Jenner, for instance. At some point, they decided the Jenner should have a torso. Jenner does not have a torso. I hate to inform you. 3050, or I like to call it worse 3025. Nope, better 3025. Better. Look, I know I've espoused like the whole it's better to play intro tech because it takes more skill. But lately I have started to resent 3020, 30. Oh my god, I wasn't recording any of that? Are you fucking kidding me? This whole fucking time? I never hit the goddamn go button. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Would you do a workout?
I do.
Give me 10.
Okay.
This is exactly the case in point. Case in point.
Bye, everyone.
Hit a point of maximum annoyance. Here comes some fucking push-ups. Oh my Jesus. No, I do not have a spouse. I at one point did, but that is no longer a thing. I was once married. All right, let me go do push-ups. Here's your push-ups. Here's your push-ups. Enjoy your push-ups. More push-ups. Yeah, I did say espoused. And a double helping of gravy. Define espoused. To adopt or support.
Well, you want to woo woo? It's that woo woo. You know what I'm
So
saying?
what I was saying
You're saying way too loud.
That's only in the
before I was interrupted
You're supposed to be up
by
cooking breakfast or
push-ups.
somebody, and so
Thank you
that's
for
like
your
an
care
alarm
about my
clock.
noodle arms.
Woo, woo.
I have done much espousing. God fucking damn it. I gotta breathe for a second. I'm getting mad. I'm getting mad. No getting mad on stream anymore, Cameron. As... Please fucking write, Pen. As I was saying, I have long espoused that intro
Baba
tech.
Bezos needs
No,
your money.
just straight up no. I'm fucking talking. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Here's your ad. I'm not going to share that story that you've interrupted 6 times now. Okay. All right. Kind of would like something in the back to balance out our little boy. So I think we want a piece of cork or something. Is this phone gonna die? Every time it goes into ads, it puts me back on top messages too. All right, actually record this time. Make sure to press the button to record and not do 10 minutes of work without, you know, recording. Get a few little pieces of cork out. Assess which is the right one. Maybe clear my throat. I didn't even get an ad. It doesn't give an ad to everybody. It only gives an ad if there's one available. Please focus, camera. Please focus. Please focus on the thing. More glue. And in fact, we're just going to use our tweezers this time. Please fucking focus, camera. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's up with the autofocus today. It will not focus on things. Put a rock, and then we'll do a second rock, I think. This one looks really good. I'm about to have to just cut the stream because I can't fucking breathe, yo. My irritation at the situation is making it worse, I can tell. It's like a fucking histamine fucking anaphylactic situation. Alright, so we'll put some rocks on the fucking base. I should have dry brushed first, I just realized. But I'm so fucking like discombobulated and a drink of water will not help because it's directly on my vocal cords. whatever's going on. And those are not in the esophagus. Okay. Nope, I cannot end the stream. I have to finish this model today or I'm going to get really behind on my schedule this month. I'm already have kind of fucked my schedule by going to play a game tomorrow instead of working. Let's see, what's next? Clearing my throat again is what's next. Alright, so we're going to do the lasers, which are green. So we're going to show the camera our Warboss green. Hey, what do you know? The camera focused that time. Spray bottle water, missed the air, dropped the particulate level down. No, I think I have a... I think I inhaled a piece of resin dust earlier, and it is fucking destroying me. And, like, because it's, like, irritating me, my body's, like, cortisol reaction is boosting the boosting the histamine production, and it annoys me, so it's getting worse. You know, it's just like a feedback loop. I honestly think the whole, like, having to clear my throat thing is very, like, psychosomatic. Okay, anyhow. We're going to start with a little bit of Warboss green and try to snake around our fucking camera so we can actually see what the fuck we're doing while also filming it. Can't see what the fuck I'm doing. I think I'm starting to get too old to paint these, you guys. Plus, it doesn't help that your paint is dry by the time you actually get the tip into the position where you want it. Also, recessed lasers. Kind of not cool. Just a little bit not cool. Just a little bit. Laser lenses that stick out and are concave or convex. Those are the jam. Those are very fun to paint. They're not difficult to get your brush in there. Now, if you're just going to fill the whole thing a solid color, that's fine. Alright, so we got our green cockpit, we got our green lasers. Spray bottles, how we manage our particulates while working in parts of hospitals where dust could be dangerous. Well, you know, I just would, like, manifest a spray bottle out of thin air, but unfortunately I'm not a fucking magician. So let's see if I can snake around this thing here. And get in there. I can't actually get in there. I'm just gonna have to paint these a solid color. There's not enough room to actually detail these fucking lasers. It's really frustrating. Okay, we're gonna take a little black and green. I'm gonna work it into the tops of these because this looks really bad. Oh my goddamn. I'm going to stop filming because I can't actually get in here to see what the f I'm doing. I'm falling apart, y'all. I'm trying not to be just like raging right now, but like I'm on that edge. And I may have to end the stream because of that. I need to finish this today, though. Alright, so we're gonna paint this whole cockpit fucking green now. I mean black. See, my brain doesn't work because I'm all pissy. Putting the Warboss green down over a white base made like a really kind of a shitty coverage, really bright color. Witness a man dying on stream today live. Alright, starting over. Starting over. I'm going to start with the refractive green. Whatever color this is. I think it's refractive green. I'm going to work it on while it's still kind of wet. Okay, we're going to follow it up with our Warboss green. We're going to also work that on while it's still wet. And focus it to the bottom right, as always. Kind of wrap it around there. We're going to dip into our moot green. We're going to work it up and out. Try to get some in that corner. Make it nice and bright. Resist the urge to cough. Slow my breathing down, etc. You know, all that good stuff. All that good stuff. Alright, we're going to take a little bit of that yellow, a little bit of the moot green, a little bit of that water. Mix it together, we get a nice bright highlighty tone. And we're going to boost that color even further in the little corners. Borgear. You Borgear. Nuh-uh. Okay, so I'm going to go back to our refractive green and black mixture. I'm going to make a nice shadowy tone. Make a black green kind of color. We're going to push it up into the upper left. Here and there. A little bit right there. Okay. Now we're going to grab our white. And we're going to put a little specular highlight right there. A little specular highlight right there. And another one right here on that other side. Ow. Okay. Now we also need to try and fit one on our laser. So very tiny, tiny white dot. There we go. Same on the back. See if we can get this in there before the paint dries on the tip of the brush. It's gonna have to be good enough. I wish it was a little better. I think we can maybe improve this one by running some black along the rim here and cleaning that up. And we can go back in with our like light blue color from earlier and highlight those edges again that we just painted. Like that. I could go for a burger, yeah. But my daughter's other grandmother brought stuffed crust pizzas, so I think I'll have a slice instead. I need to get some food for today myself. I haven't thought about it yet. Okay. So, as far as Yen Lo Wang is concerned, that is a done Yen Lo Wang. Now, to boost that up though, I see a spot of gray we should fix real quick on this hip. So we'll do that. Clean that up some. Make sure that our cockpit like overhang is not, you know, covered with any green. Okay, that looks pretty good. I want to clean up this laser emitter down here with a little bit of black. A little bit of black going all the way around, if I could see what the hell I'm doing. There we go. Alright, that looks okay. That looks okay-ish now. I still think we need a little bit of black inside this edge here. Let's see what the fuck I was doing. Okay, so we're so close to done, y'all. So fucking close. I made pulled pork the other day, so I guess we're eating vegan tonight. Pork is not vegan. No matter what the propaganda tells you, no matter what Nathan insists, is not true. Don't buy his lies. Don't fall for it. Okay. So next, I think what we're gonna do, we need to think about a dry brush color for the base. I kind of like this yellow ochre, but it might be a little too far. I think we'll use flat earth. Any excuse to pop out the flat earth. Remember, the flat earth is real. It just happens to be the best brown by Vallejo. How's pork vegan? I'm getting gaslit here. Yes. Meat of pig is vegan for diner. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This started with insistence that bacon is vegan. And yes, I agree. It is very silly. It makes no damn sense, Comstar. You are being gaslit. But you're too smart to be gaslit, so you're not actually getting gaslit. Okay, readjusting this shot. I think we're going for like... I gotta get the camera set up in such a way I can wrap my legs around the tripod and still half-ass see what the fuck I'm doing. I'm gonna hit record, and we're going for this gray, and we're just gonna do like an all-over coat on our rocks. Just a nice thick coat. Am I in frame for y'all? Okay. Again, my apologies to folks for blasting your eardrums earlier. I am like resisting the urge to cough to clear my throat. I'm hoping that it will pass. And like the whatever this psychosomatic effect is that is causing all this like gluey fucking phlegm production will slow down. Perhaps if I stop thinking about it, it'll help. It is distressing at times. Alright, so we're going to mix in a little bit of black into our gray. And we're going to spread that darker color on the bottom here. Get a little shading on our rocks. We'll go back in later too and highlight them up with a dry brush as well. Just want some really dark colors at the base so we can start highlighting them or shading them down, and then we'll come the other way in and highlight them up. Just want like a little bit of a forced gradient here, a little bit of a modeling effect, if you will, as well. Alright, let those go. Actually, we can come in with a little bit of white on top as well, I think. And just mix in those lighter colors now, all over the tops. Okay, so kind of got to let that dry, unfortunately. I should have done this before we did the lasers and whatnot. But what we can do, I think, here is to start getting out our next dry brush color. And we'll use maybe this nice stiff little brush here. Veganistisch Barkens Fleas is in Diener for. I don't think that's true. Alright. So, model out of the way. Make sure to bump the tripod. Show the flat earth to the camera. Grab Onilab. Jam it in there. Get it good and shook up. Bump the camera, another 4 times for good measure. I'm telling y'all, that is such an important part. Dropping the models and like knocking it over in the paint and bumping the camera so your shot changes. That's super important. All right. So we're going to take our flat earth, we're going to unload the brush. Unloading the brush. And we're going to come in here and we're going to start doing like a stipply attack. Because our gray is still pretty wet. So we're just going to get in there and jabbing at the model, which the camera won't focus on. Still. Alright, and we want it all around our herby boy. We want a little bit on the legs, on the feet of our Yen Lo Wang. Just a bit. Try not to go too heavy here. But we want that brown staining. It's gonna integrate our model with the scene. We'll enhance that too with some pigments, I think, as well. So flat earth still. We need to get in here now. Bow, 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 bow. A little bit like that. A little bit all over our boy. Okay. One more pass. I need some like right here. And on that foot, kind of up onto the ankles some. Same here, up on the ankles. Get that dustiness on there. Mr. Muscle Car. Oh my, how big your dick is, mister. Noisy car. It's so massive, I can't even believe it. Alright, we're gonna go with yellow ochre now. A little bit of yellow ochre in there. Yay! Oh, that's an unskippable ad. I love an unskippable ad. The second one's skippable though. And of course, I'm back on top messages again because it showed me an ad. Alright, so we're going to take our yellow ochre and our flat earth and we're going to mix them together. Kind of somewhere in the middle. It's almost like a tau light ochre here. Alright, and we're going to jab the same stuff, but less. Jab the feets. Alright, one more pass with just straight yellow ochre. A little bit here and there. Okay. Okay, and I think our rocks are just about dry enough now that we can grab some white and some gray and mix up like a really light gray, like beigey tone, grayish even. Needs to be super light. We're gonna just whisk the tips. A few little stripy sweeps. I don't know if we can get away with any dirty down rust on this guy. I think what we're going to do now, then, is to make up a pigment powder. We can stop this filming. Actually, I know what this base needs. I know exactly what this base needs before we get too much further into it. I may do the pigment off camera because the step I'm about to do is probably going to take a little time to dry. But we need to come in one more time with our Agrex Earthshade. We're going to come in with Agrex Earthshade. We're almost 4 hours in, almost done with Yen Lo Wang. What's that, a total of like 7 hours painted on this guy? Not too bad. Alright, so we're going to get some Agrex Earthshade, and we're going to thin the fuck out of it. I'm going to squirt like a whole bunch of water in there. And then we want to mix it up real good. And we're going to sludge down that base. Sludge down that base real good. And flatten all our colors out with a really thin wash. And it's going to help integrate, once again, our urban mech, the dry brushing we've done, create a little definition between the feet and the base. And we'll let that dry, and what I'll do is after our Agrex shade dries down, I'm going to go back in with a pigment and apply it kind of pretty heavy on the base and the urban mech and the guy's feet. But in the meantime, let's do this step so we can actually call this stream done. So I'm going to show to the camera our golden fluid acrylics black, carbon black. I'm going to put some down here. And this isn't actually like done step right now, but it's kind of ceremonial, right, to wrap this up. mix that up. We'll take our model, make sure we don't have any gunk on our fingers. We're gonna go around this base. And symbolically finish off our Yen Lo Wang treatment. I got a little crud. Got a little crud on the base rim here. We're gonna clean it off real quick. I don't want anything polluting the sides. I want them nice and smooth. There we go. Get this one as well. That one as well. All right, there's a whole bunch of sitting around waiting on paint to dry. I'm done. I'm you know, y'all see my patience where we're at. I'm gonna stop this recording. I'm fighting phones dying, all that good stuff. Let's get this zoomed in and y'all can get a really good look at where we're at. I think that's a Yen Lo Wang. He's got two cymbals, he's got some chipping, he's got the cockpit done up like good enough. We got a little bit of this going on. The bass is gritty and grimy. He looks like he's in the thick of it. It's gonna get another pass on the bass. I may do a cymbal on the front facing of the bass. I'm not sure yet, but I think it's come out pretty good. I'm pretty pleased with it. Zoom in, enhance, indeed. Yes. Okay. All right. Big thanks to y'all who've stopped by and checked out what's going on today, this fine Saturday. It means the world to me that y'all like think that this is worth watching and stop by and show support. It's been a bit of a frustrating day for me
Would you do
today.
a workout?
Yes.
Give me 10.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Push-ups. I will do push-ups. I will not deny you the push-ups. But I'm going to finish wrapping up my monologue
Jing
here.
go on forever.
And then I'm going to hang up and do the push-ups on the closing screen. Even with like the push-up timings and like the unexpected upsets and the dead cameras, it's been fun. This has been a fun model to paint on, and I hope y'all have found it enjoyable. Again, you know, I'm a work in progress here. I'm working on not getting pissed off on stream. It's tough. But if that affects any of y'all, you know, my apologies. Anyhow, this is the Bullshit Corner, and we do bullshit here. And there are raw, real moments that happen from time to time on this stream, including spilling coffee and crushing Mechs with a hammer. If this was my Yen Lo Wang, I would have just now punctuated that by smashing it with this hammer. In any case, we're gonna keep working this week. Make sure to check the calendar for updates. If you're not already subscribed, I'd appreciate it. Definitely, especially if you're catching this via the algorithm after the fact. Make sure to catch countryfriedmeanies.com/calendar, and you can stay appraised of when the streams are coming up. We got more stuff coming up Monday. Monday's our next stream. Yeah. Anyhow, that's all I got. I finished this. We still have a few other things. I'm gonna hit it with some pigment powder and then another round around the base, and it's gonna be great. But it needs time to dry. We're just gonna sit here and watch it dry. Anyhow, consider joining up as a member if you want to show financial support for the channel. It's as little as $1 a month. We'll get you a fun little badge next to your name, access to biscuit-based emojis, and of course priority consideration for joining in on community streamed events like Tabletop Tuesday, as well as the occasional exclusive event. Our Maintenance Monday streams at the last Monday of the month are members only. So $1 a month gets you in there, and you can affect the like behind the scenes stuff, the scheduling, the website, the patron post, all that good stuff. In any case, I've been Cameron on behalf of Country Fried Minis. This is the Bullshit Corner 2.0. This is a lecherous titty lady. As always, I want you all to remember to be happy while you're painting. I know it's rough sometimes, but rest assured that your participation here makes me happy while I'm painting. In any case, signing off for the day. This has been a solid... It's only a 4-hour workday? Is it only 4 hours? Really? Okay. Well, shit, 4-hour workday. All right, catch y'all Monday. Catch you later. I'm gonna go do this push-ups now. Bye-bye. I'm doing those push-ups. I'm heading there right now before I hit the end button. You're getting push-ups. Don't worry. That gives us 80 today.